Yeah, welcome aboard. I'm Dominic. I'm sitting here in the cockpit of the A320, and today we will continue our world tour from Toronto to Denver with the A320 from Phoenix. Yeah, welcome aboard everyone. Welcome. As you can see, we are here at the gate in Toronto, and aircraft is already loaded, so we have 11.8 block fuel on board and 130 passengers and 2.2 blocks of cargo. Yes, it's already boarded. Yeah, just then I would say let's just begin. Luca Rock 2, welcome back, man. Welcome aboard. How are you? Having a nice day? Thank you very much. I wish you that too. How are you? Welcome aboard. Welcome back. So, battery 1 and 2 on. Then the external power goes to on. The IR selectors 1, 3, 2 on NAV. The ground control on. The strobes on auto. The NAV on 1 and no smoking on auto. The emergency exit lights armed. And let's put some lights here. Some lights here too. Then the predictive wind shear also to auto. Transponder goes on standby, and TICAS is on standby at the moment. Yes. Yeah, it will be a longer flight than the last one. This flight will approximately take 3 hours from Toronto to Denver. And the next flight, of course, will be from Denver to Las Vegas. I thought Las Vegas has a must-be in this world tour because it's really nice, and I'm thinking about doing a flight through the night. So it will be a flight by night. I think Las Vegas looks stunning at night, yes. Okay, we have already boarded. Then we are going to our MCU here. A320 200 D-Ride aircraft, as you can see here. D-Ride engines, CFM 56 engines, and D-Ride database. That's important. Then we are going to the init request. And requesting our flight plan here. Yeah, man, how is your week so far? How are you? You enjoying the weather? do you enjoying the heat? It's crazy at the moment, but today it's a little bit better, I think. So we're going on flight departure, then we will check the weather in Toronto here. Altimeter 2994, let's put that in here. 2994. Then the constraint on, we're going here on flight plan, and the BOR also alt on. So, our call sign at this world tour, as always, Swiss 17 Mike. Let's put that in, Swiss 17 Mike. Swiss 17 Mike, cost dex is 5 and cruising flight level is 360. Cost dex 5, cruising flight level 360. Then the IRS align on ref. Then also a wind request here. Okay. Going back. Then block fuel for this trip. take a lot, 11.8 block fuel for this trip, and for our alternate airport we're going to flight plan and look at alternate here. 1.8 for our alternate airport, and refueling and boarding is already complete because we want to get out of here as soon as possible. So zero full weight 56.7 our weight without fuel, and zero full weight center gravity 29.7. Let's put that in here. Our takeoff weight will be approximately 68.4. As you can see, we are above our maximum landing weight, but we will burn some fuel, so we will be under this maximum landing weight when we arrive in Denver, and we are under the maximum takeoff weight of 73.5. With our zero full weight 6.7, we are under the maximum zero full weight of 61.0. That's also perfect here. As you can see, takeoff weight is 68.3 and expected landing weight is 62.1. So that's perfect. The extra time 2.3, 108 minutes. That's a lot, but I like to take a little bit extra fuel with me because you never know in case you have to do a go around or something like that. Yes. Okay, then let's. Refueling is already complete. Seatbelts on. APU master switch goes to on. We are waiting for the message appears here. Flaps open from the APU. Then we can start the APU. So, I would say let's go for that clearance here in Toronto for the IFR clearance. Information Victor at the moment here, so we are going to clearance. Toronto delivery SWISS 17 Mike, request IFR clearance to Denver Airport.
SWISS 17 Mike, Toronto delivery, information Victor current, cleared to Denver Airport via GoPup for departure, slap transition, runway 05, climb to 7,000 feet, squawk 5011.
Via GoPup for departure, slap transition, runway 05, climb to 7,000 feet, squawk 5011, SWISS 17 Mike.
Negative, squawk 5011.
I said that. 5011.
SWISS 17 Mike, read back correct. Contact ground 121.9er when ready for pushback or engine start.
I will contact ground 121.9er when ready for pushback or engine start. SWISS 17 Mike. Okay, squawk is 5011. Let's put that in here. Our squawk. Then he said runway 05 and standard instrumental departure, also called SIT, is, he said, sorry, Goku Papa 4. Yes, this one here. Goku Papa 4, and the transition is the slap transition. I'd like, that sounds crazy. Excuse me. So, runway 05, Goku Papa 4 transition, and Goku Papa 4 sit, sorry, and the slap transition. Yes, that's correct. Insert. Then the arrival, we don't know for sure at the moment, but ATC will tell us when we get to our top of descent before our descending clearance, we will get our arrival runway at Denver and our start, our arrival. But at the moment, when you are going on the routing and impacts, at the moment we expect runway 17 right and the all Echo 4 arrival. ILS runway 17 right. Yes. ILS runway 17 right. Let's put that in, and all Echo 4 arrival. So we will check what transition makes sense here. Let's check that. Via. Yes, I think it will be the Kilo India Papa Papa Romeo transition. Let's insert that. Insert, so. Yeah. Let's check the flight plan. Everything is correct, and every airways and real airport again. Yes, man. That's a real airport. That's a big one. Denver Airport, and Las Vegas will be the next one. It's also a big one. So yeah, at the moment we have real airports. That's absolutely correct. That's correct. So I think we will get here a direct after departure. Here we have a discontinuity, we have to delete that, so let's check the flight plan again. That looks good. Yeah, that looks amazing. Here is our arrival, and this will be ILS runway 17 right in Denver. Yes, we have that. That's good. So the IRS are aligned, so we can turn terrain to on here, also terrain on here. So then APU start. Let's start the APU. APU is warming up, love to see. So then we are going for that departure performance. We said runway 05. Let's change that here to runway 05 at Toronto Airport. Our weight is 68.4. 68.4. Wind is 110 knots, 31 degrees temperature, and QNH 1013. Let's calculate that. And as you can see, it will be a flaps 1 takeoff, and the pitch trim is 0.3 up. V1, VR, and V2 all the same at 155. Let's put that in on the performance page. Takeoff runway 05, 155 V1, 155 the rotation, and the 155 also V2 here. It's flaps 1 for this takeoff, 0.3 up. Then you put here in up 0.3, that's pitch trim for the takeoff. Flaps 1, 0.3 up. Transition Alt 180. That's also already in and correct. Flex temperature 62. 62. Thrust reduction acceleration is 1570. 1570. 1570. Let's correct that here. 1570, and the engine out acceleration is 2070. 2070. Yeah, I think then we have all complete here. So, as you can see, APU is available and running. So then the APU bleed goes to on, the fuel pumps all to on. The exit power, we can turn it off. So the aircraft is now on the APU. And we can also, in ground service, disconnect the ground power unit and the chocks. Parking brake is set. Then we can remove the jetway. Operate the jetway. Then it should go away from us. Then we are ready for pushback. For what airline is Denver Airport a hub, do you know? No, man, sorry, I don't know at the moment. I would have to research that. Yeah, but I think a lot flying from Toronto to Denver. Here at this airport we have Air Canada, a lot of Air Canada. Air Canada is also Air Canada. Yeah. Not a lot diversity here. Okay, and he said our initial climb clearance is 7,000 feet. Let's put that in here, 7,000 feet here. We can go into our messages. Message received. Okay, that's interesting. Normally you get a load sheet here. So,
all aircraft be advised information. Whiskey now current. Altimeter 299er3.
299er3. We have that altimeter, that air pressure. That's good. Okay. Let's check that flight plan. Yeah, that looks good. It's a sharp left curve after departure. Yeah. And also, that's always good if you compare the ground distance in the MCU in your flight plan, 1,169 with the ground distance here, 1,168. Then can be sure that you have the right airways and the right waypoints here. I think we have all here. Looks good. Yeah. Then let's check. Bleed looks good. Press good. Electric. The aircraft is on the APU as it should be here. Fuel is in 11.79 and balanced as it should be. Conditions are good. Doors all closed and armed. Then we are ready for pushback now. Here climb nav is blue. That's also correct, and the takeoff speeds are inserted. QNH 1, altimeter 1994, and initial climb level 7,000 feet as it should be. Seatbelts on, the APU is running, so we are ready for pushback. Cabin cockpit doors closed, that's also important. Then we can go on Navigraph here, departure, and we have GOP Papa 4. Let's search that. Sorry, I can't find it at the moment. Here it is. That's our departure card we need. Toronto, and as you can see, GOP Papa 4 departure. Yes, we will fly here and then a left turn, and we're getting out of here with this lap transition here. Okay, Toronto ground. Good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike, requesting pushback and engine start.
SWISS 17 Mike, Toronto ground, pushback approved, face west.
Pushback approved, face west, SWISS 17 Mike. Then beacon light on. So that means everybody has to stay away from the aircraft, and we are going for pushback here.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted. Locking gear.
Okay, then we will do nose to the left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brake released.
Commencing push.
And the clock here is
All engines
starting
clear.
when
Start at will.
pushback is starting. And the engine mode selector goes on ignition start here, and then we can start engine number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A320. Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions including features. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear.
Please set parking brakes.
Out the exits nearest to you.
We'll set parking brake here,
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
and engine number 2 is successfully started, so we can start engine number 1. This one here.
It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on.
I'll be right back.
We
I need
recommend keeping
something
it
to drink.
fastened
It's
at
really
all
hot
times.
here. Sorry, man.
If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Hold the mask in place with the strap, pull on each side to adjust, put on your own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take a life jacket from under your seat. Remove from the pouch and put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist and click strap to adjust. Do not inflate the life jacket inside the aircraft. When outside, inflate it by pulling the toggle. If it fails to inflate or needs topping up, blow into this tube. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. The cabin crew can assist you with life jackets for children. Your tray table must now be
So,
stowed.
we do a flaps 1 takeoff, so let's put some flaps 1 here.
Further information regarding your safety on board can be found in the in-flight magazine. We hope you have a great flight.
So, we have 2 good engine starts. Let's call the cabin here. And let's talk to the ground. We have 2 good engine starts.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Do I plan to pass at Hawaii? Yes, I am. I will definitely try to get to Hawaii. It will be a long flight. I think it will be from Chicago or something like that. Not Chicago,
Hi,
sorry.
Captain. The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Cabin is secured for takeoff. That's nice to hear, thank you. So, I mean Los Angeles. I think we will end up... So we're going to Las Vegas next time, then we're going to Los Angeles, and from Los Angeles to Honolulu.
Tow truck disconnected.
Yes, I
Bypass pin removed.
planned that. That's really cool, man.
Left is clear, right is clear.
So, 2 good engine starts, AP bleed off, master switch off, and also the engine mode selector goes here on normal. Lux. I think it's Lux. I think you know it better, man. Sorry. Could be. Or what do you do? What do you suggest? So next flight will be Las Vegas, of course, and then after this, I don't know at the moment. But yeah. Okay, spoilers armed for takeoff. Auto brake here, max. And then let's go here to the flight controls. Pitch trim is 0.3 up, 0.3 up, and then let's do some flight controls check. Full left, full right, full up, and full down, neutral, and the other full left, and full right, neutral. Flight control check is complete. Flaps 1 for take, flaps 1, pitch trim 0.3 down, 0.3 up, sorry, rudder trim reset, and then we are good to go here. We can do here a recall. And then let's request taxi and get out of here. Toronto ground, good afternoon, Swiss 17 Mike, requesting taxi to the active runway.
Swiss 17 Mike, unable request, a bit busy.
Okay, a bit busy, we have to wait here. That's unfortunate.
Swiss 17 Mike, ready to taxi to the active.
Swiss 17 Mike, taxi to Holding Point Hotel, runway 05, via Alpha Tango, Romeo, Echo, Golf, Hotel, Cross runway 15 left. Cross runway 15 right.
Taxi to holding point Hotel, runway 05 via Alpha, Tango, Romeo, Echo, Golf, Hotel, cross runway 15 left, cross runway 15 right. Response on Mike. Okay. Then the runway turn light on and the taxi light on. Cabin, prepare for takeoff. So, transponder goes on TA and we are going to our runway now. Takeoff config is normal, all green, nothing blue, as it should be. And soon we will say bye-bye to Toronto Airport here. Really nice, as you can see here, Emirates A380 inside here. That's really cool. You're so sad. The Dutch just lost against Morocco. Oh man, I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, I can feel you. I'm really sorry, man. That's unfortunate. That's sad, yes. That's really cool, the A380 from Emirates here. So, left is clear, right is clear. And let's cross runway 15 left here. Drops going to on when we are crossing a runway. So that's runway 15 left here. Left is clear and also the right is clear. Then here we will take a right turn Last time I didn't want to make a long flight because it was hot, and now a 3-hour flight. And it's also hot outside. Yeah, that's correct, but I thought I have to do a longer flight, because when I don't do a longer flight, we will get never around the world. So I decided to do now, and yeah. It's really hot, yes, I know, and it doesn't make sense. I have a fly here, that's crazy, sorry. But yeah. I thought I have to do now a longer flight because, yeah, we will yeah, I mean, the world journey, the world tour has to go on, and it can take forever, so I decided to do it anyways. Also when it's hot outside and inside here, it's really hot. But it doesn't matter now. That's a long taxiway. That's crazy. Here we will do a left turn, and soon we will be at runway 05 for takeoff in Toronto. Wait, if your PC crashed. Yeah, that's... I'm hoping not, man. I'm hoping not. But there is a risk, yes, you are absolutely right. At the moment the CPU is 82 degrees. 82 degrees. Temperature of the CPU. That's quite hot. But I think my PC will do it, yes. I have trust. I have trust in the PC. And otherwise, we will see. So, here is runway 15 right, and then will be soon at runway 05 for takeoff from Toronto and start our journey to Denver Airport. Yeah, welcome aboard everyone. We are continuing today our flight tour from Toronto to Denver. Yes. Crossing runway 15 right here. So then these drops coming to off to auto. I mean, sorry. Do I have an air conditioner with me here? No, not at all. But I have a fan here. Finally at the runway. Yes, soon. We have to go all the way here straight ahead and then right turn, and then we will be at runway 05. Yeah, it's a long taxiway. I mean, we have started with 11.8 and now we have 11.6. That means 200 kilograms of kerosene for the taxiway. That's a lot. Yeah, but if it would be a bigger aircraft like the 777 or the A380, then you would need much more for the taxiway. Also much more fuel for the taxiway. Oh no, not the good one. Yes, that's true. That's not a good one, but it helps when some air is floating around here, it helps. It's better than nothing. So soon we will get ATC will tell us to contact tower for departure here.
SWISS 17 Mike. Contact Toronto Tower 118.35.
Contact Toronto Tower 118.35. Bye bye. SWISS 17 Mike. Toronto Tower, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike. Requesting departure runway 05.
SWISS 17 Mike, Toronto Tower, wind 1, 80 degrees, 7 knots, fly heading 010, runway 05, cleared for takeoff.
Fly runway heading 010, runway 05, cleared for takeoff, SWISS 17 Mike, thank you. Okay, we have takeoff clearance, runway 05, then the strobes going to on, the landing lights all to on, the takeoff light to on, wing lights all to on, all lights to on, cabin seats for takeoff please. And also the tickets here goes on TA when we are entering the runway and departure. Finally, yes, sorry man. Thank you very much for your patience. So, the takeoff checklist here. Echo Memo takeoff, no blue. Takeoff checklist is complete. All is green, as it should be. Then I would say we will roll on runway. And start our takeoff immediately. That's runway 05. So, Corona is set, and then engines to 50%, and then flex and takeoff. Man flex 62 as the rest runway, the thrust is blue. The thrust is set. The knots are checked. V1 and rotating. Positive rate, gear is going up. Enough.
Mike, contact Toronto departure 128.8.
Contact Toronto departure 128.8. Bye bye, SWISS 17 Mike. Thrust climb. Toronto departure, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike, crossing 2,000 feet, climbing 7,000 feet.
SWISS 17 Mike, Toronto departure. Good day. Identified. Cleared direct KETC. Resume the Go Pub 4. Climb to 18,000 feet.
Clear direct KETC, resume to Go Papa 4, climb to 18,000 feet, sorry, SWISS 17 Mike.
18,000 feet.
Sorry. Climb to 18,000 feet, Swiss wants some mic. So, let's put autopilot 1 on here, and we have direct to CATC, let's insert that here, and then flap 0 speed check.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seatbelt fastened whilst the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes e-cigarettes. In just a few moments, we will commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to choose from our fresh selection.
So, we have climb clearance to 18,000 feet, flight level 180. And this drop's going to auto, runway 20 off to take flight off. And also the spoilers disarmed. Yeah, and then we are on our way to Denver Airport. Will be a long journey, approximately 3 hours. Nice view, like in real life, yeah. I really like that too, man. Thank you. That's really cool. We have passed our flight level 100, then the landing lights coming to off, and also the seatbelts coming to off. As you can see, we have already passed CATC, we are now at Duvko, and then it will go on and on, and at the end we will go to our transition here at SLAP. Yes. What team do I support in the World Cup? Yeah, I mean, of course, Switzerland. I'm a Swiss. But unfortunately, they will playing at, I think it's 5 AM. World Cup, not toilet. Yes, I got you, man. At the first moment I thought, what's toilet, but then I got you in milliseconds. Unfortunate, Swiss, the next game they are playing, I think at Friday in the morning at 5 a.m. and yeah, I will be not awake so early because I have to work on Friday, so yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but yeah. And other teams, I don't know, man. I'm not really into it, so
contact Toronto, center 12 for decimal 925. Have a good day.
Contact Toronto center 124 decimal 925. Bye bye, SWISS 17 Mike. And what team do you support in the World Cup? Let me know. What team do you support? Toronto Center, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike, crossing 160, climbing flight level 180.
SWISS 17 Mike, Toronto Center identified. Climb flight level 360.
Climb to flight level 360, SWISS 17 Mike. Okay, we have climb clearance to flight level 360, let's put that in.
SWISS 17 Mike, contact Toronto Center 128 decimal 275. Bye bye.
Contact Toronto Center 128 decimal 275. Bye bye, SWISS 17 Mike. Toronto Center, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike, crossing 180, climbing flight level 360.
SWISS 17 Mike, Toronto Center identified.
Okay, you support first Switzerland, then Netherlands, and then Portugal. Yeah, that's really nice. I like this.
Unable. This is an ATC frequency.
I spoke at the ATC frequency. Okay, we have passed our transition level of 180, then let's put here QNH to standard. Yeah, I think Netherlands and Portugal are great teams. Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. So the sort of map that I show you was sort of ILS but for departure. Yes, that's absolutely correct. So when you have a departure, you have always a SID. A SID is a standard instrumental departure, and there you see what kind of departure you are flying with some waypoints before you get to your airway to other waypoint. That's the departure, and also
Envoy 3683, contact Toronto.
Sorry, I have to turn down ATC at the moment, so I can't explain it to you. And also at the arrival you have star, and that's standard arrival prostitution, or how do you call it in English? Sorry, man. So and then you will get on the ILS. So you have a card for arrival, and then you have a separate card for ILS arrival or for RNAV arrival. Yeah. And also there is visual approach. That's without glide slope and localizer. So without ILS, that's like the name. It's already explained it. It's visual. Yes. Visual approach. Sometimes only lock star approach, only with the localizer. Sometimes ILS, that's with glide slope and localizer, and sometimes you have visual approach, and sometimes you have RNAV, that's with GPS. Yes. Yeah. It's also fun when you have some of different arrival and approaches. It's always fun, so that's what I wanted to say, sorry. Visual approach is like for general aviation glider, you think, yes, I think that's correct, but sometimes you also have visual approaches with the airliners, because when it's a lot of traffic at an airport, so then ATC gives you a visual approach, because then they can take you between some aircrafts, and you don't have to do the standard approach. Yeah, it gives you a lot of room to play with when you get a visual approach. So sometimes also as an airliner you get a visual, yes. And that's really cool, because it's without help of the localizer and the ILS, then it's real flying, yes. Without an autopilot or something like that, yes. Toronto Center, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike, crossing 270, climbing flight level 360.
SWISS 17 Mike, Toronto Center identified. Envoy 3683, descend to flight level 170.
Descend to flight level 170, Envoy 3683.
Why I am always alone? You mean the service not exists with other people flying? No, that's not correct. So other service exists with other people flying, but I have turned online mode off, because when you have a lot of other people, then it takes a lot of FPS. It takes more performance from the PC, so the performance is smoother and better without other people and online mode off. What I have is, so in the air I have other planes. You also can hear them speak to ATC. There are other planes, but behind these planes are not real people, yes. But at the airport I have turned it off, because it takes a lot of performance when you have a lot of airplanes that arriving and departure and taxi. Yeah, so I have turned it off, because the performance is much better and smoother. And in the case when you are streaming, that takes a lot of performance too, so yeah, I decided to turn it off. But at the air, there are other planes that are flying around. Yes, that's what my settings looks like at the moment. there is another plane, for example. There are planes. But not a lot at the moment. I don't know why. But normally there are more planes. Yes, soon I will have some holiday. I will go away, but when I'm here, so my plans are, of course, to do the world tour. So with some flights, of course, but I have also planned to do some long hauls. We will see how the weather it is and how hot it is, but I don't care. I will do a long haul. So what kind of planes do you want to see at the long haul? The A380, the A340, the A340 300, or I also have the A340 600 from Tolis and Aerosoft, or yeah, maybe another different plane like the 777 would also be nice. 777 maybe from Dubai to Maldives. Your PC isn't powerful enough. Yes, maybe, but so I could try it. Maybe I will. Then we will find out if my PC is strong enough. I think it will go, so it will work. So, but the PC, yeah, I think it will cost a lot of FPS. Where I'm going up to go, I think I didn't understand. So I talked about I will do some long hauls in my holiday. They will start soon. And what I what I'm asking is what kind of plane do you want to see in a long haul? Do you want to see a A340 300, A340 600, or a A380, or also a Boeing 777? What kind of planes are you want to see in a long haul? Because I'm planning to do a long flight with one of these aircrafts for a stream. I think at the weekend or next week, or yeah, Concorde. That's nice. I don't know if there is a good add-on. I have to check that, man. I have to check that. Cleveland Center, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike, approaching flight level 360.
SWISS 17 Mike, Cleveland Center.
Lausanne A350, yes, that would be interesting. Yes, I also have the A350 from Inibels. That's a really amazing aircraft. So I think we can go with the A350. Does Kai Tak Airport exist in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024? Yes, it does. It's an amazing airport. I already did a flight to it, so we can do that. Yes, that's a tricky one, but it's it exists. That's a legendary airport. So, as you can see, we are at flight level 360, our cruising flight level. Because you would love to see 747 landing on it, yes, I have to try it. But I don't know if there is a good 747 add-on, I have to check that. But that would be legendary with the Boeing 747, that's absolutely true. That's really cool. Okay, as you can see, our top of descent is in 907 miles, 906 miles. And we are flying with 426 knots. Yeah, that means a little bit more than 2 hours to get to our top of descent. It's a long flight, so I think I will take a break here and I will be back soon. Of course, for some approach and landing briefings, but I will take here a break and we'll get some food. Yeah, but I will be back. So maybe if you have time to join me later in the approach and the landing, that would be awesome. But you don't have to. So feel absolutely free. But I will take a break here. Landing at 10 p.m. So I think at 10 p.m. there will be our top of descent, around about approximately, but I think landing will be at maybe 10:30. Yes, 10:30 p.m. I think. Plus minus. Yeah. So maybe I see you there, but so feel absolutely free, because I know it's a little bit late, but yeah. So yeah, then I will take a break and maybe see you again, or yeah, whatever. So have a good one, take care, and see you soon, and thank you very much for being here. So I will take a break and I will be back soon. Thank you very much, man. It's really nice that you are here again on board at this world tour. Okay, see you again soon for approach and landing briefing. Flight time approximately from here, it's 2 hours and 30 minutes.
3627, expect windy tree with the Flint transition, runway 27 center.
Expect windy tree with the Flint transition, runway 27 center, bridge yard 3627.
Yard 3627. Contact Cleveland Center 126.75.
Contact Cleveland Center 126.75, bridge yard 3627. Have a good one.
SWISS 17 Mike, contact Chicago Center 134.905. SWISS 17 Mike, contact Chicago Center 134.905. SWISS 17 Mike, Cleveland Center.
Brickyard 3627, moving flight level 280, descending via windy tree arrival runway 27 center.
Brickyard 3627, Chicago Center, copy.
Center, Connie 297 Heavy, leaving flight level 340, descending via Windy Tree arrival, runway 27 Center.
Connie 297 Heavy, Chicago Center.
back. Welcome back, welcome aboard. Chicago Center, good evening. Swiss 17 Mike, flight level 360.
Swiss 17 Mike, Chicago Center, copy. Swiss 17 Mike, expect AL4 with the Porter transition, runway 17 right.
Expect L4 with the Porter transition, runway 17 right, Swiss 17 Mike.
Swiss 17 Mike, contact Denver Center 132.7.
Contact Denver Center 132.7. Bye bye, Swiss 17 Mike. Denver Center, good afternoon, Swiss 17 Mike, flight level 360.
Swiss 17 Mike, Denver Center, copy.
Okay, we have now our arrival runway. ATC told us it will be ILS, no, not ILS, but runway 17 right. We have that right here. 17 right, that's correct. And the L Echo 4 arrival. And we take the Kilo India Papa Papa Romeo transition here. Yes, that's all good. So let's do some approach landing briefing here. We're going on the approach page in the MCU. Then we are taking Denver Airport approach. And I think we will get ILS, so runway 17 right is correct here. Denver, ILS 17 right, ILS 17 right. So our minimum is 5,592. 5,592 is our borrow. This is our decision height. And that's approximately 200 feet over ground. 200 would be radio. Borrow is 5,592 feet over sea level. That's the high when we must see the runway, and if we can't see the runway, then we are not allowed to land and have to do a go around. That's the decision high, our borrow. 5592, that's correct. Then let's check the weather. Weather in Denver. Arrival. As you can see, a lot of wind. Maybe some wind shear. I think it will interesting landing. 15024 knots. 150/24 knots. Let's put that in. 15024 knots. Altimeter. Let's check that here. 1017. 1017 is QNH, but we will use altimeter. 1017. temperature 32 degrees, quite hot, like here in Swiss. 32 degrees. And our transition out will be flight level 180. 180 flight level, let's put that in here, 180. And we will do a flaps full landing as always. So sometimes you can take config 3, that's also good, but it's a little bit different with the flare at the end. Okay. Then, end fuel on board will be 4.4. Oh, the goat is back. Nice to see you again. Lucaro 2. How should I call you? Luca? Is Luca okay? Welcome back aboard, man. We are near the top of descent, but yeah, 46 miles and then we will start our descent. Okay, end fuel on board is 4.4. At the moment we have approximately 5, so we will burn 0.6. The weight is 61.7, so minus 0.6, that means 61.1 is our landing weight. 61.1. Then the wind is a little bit crazy there, it's 150, 24 knots. Maybe some wind shear. It's 33 degrees and QNH 1016 we take. So as you can see, outer brake low, max reverse, outer thrust off. 2,300 meters we need to come to a safety stop, and we have 1,300 buffer because the whole runway 3,658 meters long. That means outer brake low is here absolutely correct. So let's put outer brake low in here. Yeah, I think it will be an interesting landing because we have headwind 20 knots. That's always good. But we have also a crosswind about 14 knots. Yeah. We will see how this will end. Yeah, I always choose the live weather because then you have some challenging winds. Sometimes, yes. Okay, then our approach briefing is already complete. As you can see on the performance page, in the approach, we have already all inserted here, minimum. Isn't Denver Airport the airport with the really weird runway design? If you know, you know. Yes, it is. I think it's one of the complicatedest airport ever for ATC to manage the whole traffic. It's really difficult. Yes, that's true. That's true. Denver Center, good afternoon, Swiss 17 Mike, flight level 360.
Swiss 17 Mike, Denver Center.
Okay. Soon we will start our descent. 23 miles, so we can call ATC now to get our descent clearance. Denver Center, good afternoon, SWISS Mike, flight level 360, requesting descent because we are reaching our top of descent.
SWISS 17 Mike, flight level 360 is your current altitude. Maybe check your equipment.
Okay. Denver Center, SWISS 17 Mike, we are ready for descent now. Maybe this will work.
Denver Center, SWISS 17 Mike, contact departure for your clearance.
Okay, that's strange. Oh, I see, we already got that descent clearance. We have to descend via Alel Echo 4 arrival, runway 17 right, okay. Altimeter 2994, okay. Yeah, so then, let's see. When the glide slope will start, we have to be at 7,000 feet, as you can see here. So we can choose 7,000 feet and start our descent now. As you can see here, flight level 140, that's constraint, and we are not allowed to go under these. It's also in the flight plan here. Only after this waypoint, Hotel India Golf Uniform November, then we can descend to flight level 120 and then again and again. Yeah, that's the constraint here. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward for this landing. I think it will be a little bit challenging because of crosswind, but we will see. I will give my best, as always. But I will be definitely relaxed when we have landed in Denver and the flight is over, because it's hot like crazy here in this room. Yeah, that's wild, I tell you, man.
SWISS 17 Mike, contact Denver Center 125.925. See you.
Contact departure. Contact Denver Center. Sorry, 125.925. Bye bye. SWISS 17 Mike. Denver Center, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike. Crossing flight level 320, descending via Alil for arrival and descending to 7,000 feet.
SWISS 17 Mike, Denver Center.
Funny how to see you understanding everything like it's easy and me still struggling with the meaning of ILS. No, I don't understand everything. So there's a lot of things I don't understand completely. And it's always a learning, I would say. It's always a learning. So with every flight and with every routine, you learn some more and read some stuff or watching other tutorials or other streamers or real airline pilots. That always helps, and then you can learn a lot from them. Yeah, it's always a learning, and I think that's the challenge. And because of that, I think it never gets boring. So you learn something. And it's never ending. Yeah, I think landing will be approximately in 20 minutes, yes. As you can see, this is our path here. So 95 miles to go to the airport, and we are already at our descent to landing on ILS runway 17 right in Denver. Yeah, it's quite a long flight. As you can see here, this is the clock which I have started before I set takeoff thrust. You set the clock here, chrono, it calls chrono. You set this, and then it will count the time. So just to be sure, ILS is the thing that helps you on your glide slope and the alignment on the runway. Yes, that's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. It's for the alignment on the runway and for the glide slope. How much you have to descend, that you will be able to touch down in the touchdown zone on your runway. That's nice. You understood it. So that's cool. It's hot like crazy here inside. I'm dying, man. I wish I could fly a little bit faster.
Swiss 17 Mike, contact Denver Center 18475.
Contact Denver Center 118.475. Bye bye, Swiss 17 Mike. Denver Center, good afternoon, Swiss 17 Mike, crossing 250, descending to 7,000 feet.
Swiss 17 Mike, Denver Center, roger.
How I am surviving, it's like crazy hot outside and your CPU is warming up the room because it's like 85 degrees. Yeah, that's true, man. I don't know, but at the moment I feel pain, I tell you. CPU is at 80, yes, it's at 80, temperature is at 80. The warming heat is coming out of the PC and warming up the room. And also the window is closed because I don't like mosquitoes. Yeah, it's a pain, but I will survive because the runway is only 72 miles away from us and we are already at flight level 200 soon. So yeah. I will survive, man. Let's check the weather again. Maybe something has changed. We're going to arrival. Checking the weather again. And here we are going in the MCU on the approach page. So 15024 knots, 15024 knots, maybe a wind shear. It will be interesting. So and temperature here 32 degrees, yes, and QNH, let's check that, 1017, yes, that's correct. So nothing has changed, so we can leave it like we inserted it before. We're coming closer here. So, we have passed our transition altitude. That means we have to set our air pressure from standard to altimeter 299.4, I think it is. We can check that at arrival at the weather page. That's not correct. It's 299.0. Let's change that.
SWISS 17 Mike, contact Denver Center 125.905. Take care.
299.0. Contact Denver Center 125.905. Bye bye. SWISS 17 Mike. Denver Center, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike, crossing 160, descending to 7,000 feet.
SWISS 17 Mike, Denver Center, copy. SWISS 17 Mike, contact Denver. Approach 119.3. Have a good afternoon.
Contact Denver, approach 119.3, bye bye, SWISS 17 Mike. Okay, now we can contact the approach, that's nice. Information Kilo at Denver Airport. So, Denver approach, good afternoon, SWISS 17 Mike. Crossing flight level 150, descending to 7,000 feet via Ale Echo 4 arrival, and we have information Kilo on board.
SWISS 17 Mike, Denver approach, altimeter 299.0, expect the visual approach, runway 17 right.
Altimeter 299.0, expect the visual approach, runway 17 right, SWISS 17 Mike. So, did you hear that? We have a visual approach. So, in a visual approach, you can also take the ILS for some help, that's allowed. So I will keep the ILS on, but I will try to fly without autopilot as soon as possible. But you can take the help from the ILS, that's allowed in the visual approach. But now, as you can see, we get a visual approach. That's really cool, because we have talked about this topic after departure. So, let's reduce speed here a little bit. Put some spoilers out here. Let's reduce speed to 210 knots, then we can put the slats out. Brake back to neutral position. Did I choose a visual approach on purpose? No.
SWISS 17 Mike.
Sorry.
Kipper heading 185. Expect radar vectors for visual approach, runway 17 right.
Leave Kipper heading 185, expect radar vectors for visual approach, runway 17 right, SWISS 17 Mike. So we get a heading here, heading 180, that's here. Here you put the heading in, 180, and then the airplane makes a left turn. I don't know, man. Visual approach, I think it's nice, but but for me the favorite is ILS definitely.
SWISS 17 Mike, turn left heading 185, vectors for the approach.
Turn left heading 185, vectors for the approach, SWISS 17 Mike.
SWISS 17 Mike, turn left heading 175.
Turn left heading 175, SWISS 17 Mike. So let's reduce our speed a little bit here to 200. And we are crossing flight level 100, then landing lights goes to on, seatbelts to on, wing lights also to on, and cabin please prepare for landing. Let's
SWISS 17
activate
Mike,
the
turn right heading
approach.
190.
Turn right heading 190, SWISS 17 Mike.
Ready for landing.
SWISS 17 Mike, descend and maintain 8,300 feet.
Magazine.
Flaps 2, speed check.
The toilets are no longer in service. Thank you.
Descend and maintain 8,300 feet, SWISS 17 Mike. So, 8,300 feet. Cabin seats for landing, please. And also our go-around altitude is flight level 110. And
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you. The airport is already in sight. Here, this is our runway. Cabin is ready for landing. That's always good to hear. Thank you. Denver Tower, good afternoon, Swiss 17 Mike, visual approach, runway 17 right.
Swiss 17 Mike, Denver Tower, wind 140 at 23, gust 32, runway 17 right, cleared to land.
Runway 17 right, clear to land, Swiss 17 Mike, thank you. Okay, we have already landing clearance, visual approach, runway 17 right. As you can see, here is our runway. It's only 10 miles to go. Are you like controlling the aircraft with your keyboard? No, with the joystick when I'm flying here. This one. And the thrust here with the throttle. Okay, gear down. Speed is managed. Strops on, runway turn on, take lights on, all lights on, cabin seats for landing please. And flap 3, speed check. And also the spoilers armed. And the go around altitude is 110 flight level. And flaps full speed check. Yes, then I would say the outer thrust off, manual thrust and manual flight, autopilot off. I have control, visual approach, runway 17 right. We have so much wind here, that's crazy. Sorry man, I will answer your comment after this landing. I have to concentrate a little bit now, because it's crazy windy here. So landing checklist, Memo landing, no blue landing checklist is complete. Go around altitude 1,000 feet is set. One thousand is checked, you are established. Yeah, that's crazy. With this wind shear and crosswind, and that's interesting.
$500. $400.
Landing.
300.
Runway in sight.
100 above. 200.
minimum.
Continue, runway in sight.
100.
Flight slow.
Disregard.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Oh. Spoilers. Reverse green and diesel. That was a crazy landing, man. 70 knots.
Swiss 17 Mike, exit right at Mike 4.
Auto brake off. That was quite of a hard touchdown there. So I definitely put some better landings other times, but it was really
Swiss 17
difficult
Mike,
with this,
exit right at Mike 4.
with this crosswind and wind shear. Yeah, it is what it is. But we are down. Landing rate was okay with 239 feet per minute, but the G,
Swiss 17 Mike, Denver Tower.
that's important, and G was 1.24. Yeah, that's yeah, I would say that's a little bit hard. And what is this? Okay. Exit right at Mike 4, Swiss 17 Mike.
Unable, this is an ATC frequency.
Yeah, I know. So.
Swiss 17 Mike, contact ground 121.85, see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related duties. However, we ask that you remain seated until the fasten seatbelt.
How did I never notice you had A320 joystick in all your lives I watched? Yes, it's like the real one. That's a really cool one. So, and it's me or we way too high on final. Yes, I don't know, man. That's what I'm also thought, that we were a little bit too high. I don't know, but the glide slope said that we are too low at the end, so I don't know. Six of 10 for the land. Yeah, I take that, man, but I think a 6 of 10 is too good for this landing, because it was, yeah, I'm not really happy with it, I have to be honest, but it is what it is sometimes. Okay, strops to auto, landing lights off, take off to taxi, wing lights off, and seatbelts off. Then we will taxi to our gate, so the TCAS comes to TA. Yeah, so the landing was hard, a little bit hard, and there was also a bounce. So we landed, and then we bounced, and then we landed again. So it was not a textbook landing, definitely not. But sometimes it can happen in real life too. But the good thing is we landed approximately on the center line and in the touchdown zone, and that is also very important for a landing. So yeah, We will take that, and next time we will do better. Yeah, but welcome to Denver, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Like Ryanair landing. Yes, that's true. It was like a Ryanair landing. For Ryanair it would be good. That's true. Yeah, next flight will be from Denver here to Las Vegas, and let's hope on a better landing there. Looks interesting here. This building. I would say we will park the aircraft here. Do you now, or did you not decide it yet? What do you mean with the for the next flight, Las Vegas, or the flight after? Also, next flight in the world tour will be definitely Denver to Vegas. Yes. So then the right turn here, runway turn light off, taxi light off. Let's park the aircraft here for next flight. Yes, this will be Denver to Vegas. Mosa Flow, hello, welcome back, welcome aboard. We just arrived in Denver, like Ryanair. It was a little bit a hard landing with the bounce, so yeah. Ryanair landing. If you know, you know. How are you, man? Welcome back. So, let's put the ground power unit on here, the chocks, the axle power to on, and then we can cut off the engines. And TCAS goes on standby, transponder standby, engine 2 off, engine 1 off.
Cabin crew disarm doors.
I was thinking, because the landing, I'm really not happy about it, so I was thinking when I landed and get the bounce, I was thinking about a go around, but man, in this heat here, in this room, with this weather outside and with this hot CPU, never. I thought no matter what, I take this landing, no go around. I had a strange landing with fly-by-wire Neo today. It wasn't bounce, but I almost hit the runway and the aircraft just went up. But however, I had about -50, -60. Okay, that's really strange. Maybe it's a bug in the air, in the runway, at the runway. Sometimes it can happen. Sometimes there is an object on the runway, but you can't see it, and it's a bug, and then you bounce off that. Maybe something like that. I don't know, man. But -50 and -60. Yeah, I mean that would be smooth. That would be a butter landing, like crazy me. Yeah, that's really unfortunate, man. I'm sorry about that. Fly-by-wire physics is not good enough as Fenix has. Yes, that's true. But I also love the fly-by-wire, the A320 Neo and the A380. I think because it's freeware, they are really, really good. So beacon comes to off, nose marker to off, emergency exit lights off. Fuel pumps going to off. Yeah, IR selectors from nav to off, 2, 3 and 1. For freeware that's good level. Yes, that's true. For freeware it's really good level. A380 is the best. Yes, A380 is absolutely the best. I love it. But just wait for Inibals. Yes, me too, man. I'm looking forward for the A380 from Inibals. I don't know if it can be better than A380 from fly-by-wire, but we will see. We will see. The texture, I think, will be better. But the physics, I don't know, or the systems, because the fly-by-wire is extremely good, I think. But we will see. So, axle power off. Let's shut down here. Battery 1 and 2 off. Let's do a quick shutdown. Protected wind shear off. These we have already turned it off. Lights off. Yeah, they are deboarding here in Denver after a crazy landing. Ground power unit off, chocks they stay. What is this tablet? So yeah, let's go out. Maybe can't go out. Okay, that's nice. Why? Let's check that. Ah, okay. Sorry. Can go out at the back, the aircraft. Yes. Here we are at Denver. I think you just need to turn off radar pred and wind shear straight when you out of the runway. Ah, I didn't know that, but I think you are correct. So I will remember this for the next flight. Thank you very much, man. because when it comes to shut down the engines, I have to be honest, I'm just doing like I do. And I don't know if I'm doing it correctly. So that's a good comment. But I think I have here I heard about it, that you have to turn off the radar brake and the wind shear straight when you're out of the runway. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much, man. Thanks. That's really cool. Yeah. This here looks also really cool from GSX. Yeah, that was a flight from Toronto to Denver Airport, and they are deboarding now, the cargo and the passengers. So yeah, really cool. Next flight, the next flight on the world tour with the A320 from SWISS, from Phoenix, will be from Denver to Vegas, Las Vegas, and I think I will do it by night, because Vegas is absolutely stunning by night. You try to do all correct, but sometimes you make really stupid mistakes, like forgot to turn clock on departure, turn off landing lights on flight level 100. Yes, I understand that. Yeah, me too. I always try to do all correct, but when it comes to the shutdown, I have to learn a little bit. Or when I'm leaving the runway. Yes. But sometimes it happens also to me with the landing lights at flight level 100. You have any scenery with Vegas? I think it was a free one for Vegas, so I think I have that. I have the free one, but I think it's a good one. So, but I have to check that later. Or maybe 2024 default is good with photometry. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's really good. But also in the 2024, I thought, I'm not sure I'm right about it, but I thought you have a free one you can download, and I think I have downloaded it already. Yeah, folks, thank you very much for being here, flying with us. It was a pleasure. Thanks for your comments and for chatting with you. It was really cool, as always. And I would say see you on the next one. Take care. Have a good evening. I'm going to sleep now, and I'm going away from this crazy heat in this room here. So yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you very much for watching the stream and for flying with us. And have a nice evening and take care and see you soon. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. I really appreciate that. And yeah, see you on the next one. You also need to go to sleep. Yes, that's a good idea, I think. Okay, then I would say see you soon on the next one. Next one in the world tour will be Denver to Vegas. Yes. Have a good one, take care, and thank you very much. Bye bye. Thank you very much, man. Thank you.